You want to roll the cameras?
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone, for coming. This is the Public Works Committee for people here and at home. Joint meeting of Public Works and Rules and Ordinances to discuss regulations for small wireless facilities in the public right-of-way. So Vinnie Piccirillo, the Chair of Public Works. Kenny Woodland is Secretary of Public Works. Anthony Palumba is Vice Chair of Public Works. Councilor Anthony Donato is the Chair of Rules and Ordinances. Councilor Feltner, who's not here at the moment, is the Secretary of Rules and Ordinances, and Councilor Woodland is the Vice Chair of Rules and Ordinances. So Councilor Feltner is tied up at the moment, so it'll just be the four of us right now. So there are two things that we have to look at tonight, which is we did the sort of the first pass at the ordinance. Now this is a first pass at the regulations. What I did is I took all the stuff from the committee report, the grants of locations that we did, and just sort of put it all together, and I hope that kind of makes sense. So I didn't get all the way through it. There's still some things that need to be worked out, but it's a start. And I met with the staff, and I gave it to them, and they were working on the sort of the application process. And if you go back to the, I will go back to the, if we went back to the original committee report back in February 12th, or sorry, the ordinance that we discussed on
Would that be March 19th?
March 19th. So if, which we're not going to actually discuss the ordinance tonight, but if we talked about that section, Section 6, components of the small wireless facilities regulation, there was like 4 sections, sort of the technical part, the fee schedule, the application process, and the approval process. And so the staff kind of came up with a sort of a process for the application, which we also have a draft here, and so we can also look at that. But I just...
Could I ask just one quick
Sure.
question? I have a copy of the ordinance and the section you referred to in terms of the regulations. But I apologize for not knowing this, but we also have a standard template that you designed, I believe.
The one that, right, the one that Mark Rich reviewed.
With the red line, marked it, redlined it. So just for my own sake, I do apologize again, but the relationship between the piece that we're looking at and the pieces that we're looking at tonight.
So I did copy from that grant, the grant of approval, the sort of the template grant of approval.
Yeah.
That we did back in February. I sort of copied and pasted sections of that into
the regulations.
into this, plus other stuff that we had discussed in the committee meetings about.
So what would the applicant would use the standard template?
No, that's only for us internally.
This is just for us?
Just for council.
Okay.
So this is the applicant would see basically the regulations, that's what they would see.
Okay.
And then we would, that's why I sort of copied and pasted that in there. So I don't know, so I organized this, so I took those 4 sections that were in, that I talked about in the, mentioned in the ordinance, the components of the small wireless facility. So those 4 things. And then I added actually 2 extra things. One was the sort of the intent and purpose, because I felt that we needed to do that. So I added, so let's go back, explain sort of how I did this. And it took me a while to kind of go through this. So those 4 sections that were in the ordinance, I actually did these bold-headed sections. It says Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, and Section 5. So even though there were 4 things in the ordinance, I ended up with 5 sections, because I put this sort of this intent and purpose and general conditions up front, because I felt we needed to have some place to put those. It didn't fit in those other 4 categories. And then I took Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, sort of match what was in we put in the ordinance. So if that makes sense, that's sort of the broad view. If you want to just kind of go through it and get your feedback, what we need to do. We're not going to finalize this tonight, so this is just sort of a first pass, and we're going to come up with a list of additional information, more tasks, more questions that we can then come back and do that at a next meeting. Because if you remember, we did, when we did the TDM ordinance and regulations, we must have had 8 meetings on that to kind of, there was just, coming back with questions and next draft. I don't know if this is going to be as long or as not. The other thing I want to do is I tried to look at the City of Boston website. I'm a little frustrated about the lack of sort of best practices on this. You'd think that we're not the first municipality doing this. Boston seems the furthest ahead, so they have a really good website. If you want to take a look at it, just Boston, wireless facility website. They got a lot of detail, and I tried to, I was going to say steal, I tried to adopt the best practices that they had done, because they're much further ahead of us than on this than Watertown. There's going to be a lot more to do. I asked, Copeland and Page, for their best practices, and they don't seem to really have a lot, which seems a little bit disappointing, but, so anyway, so let's start at the beginning. Let's start Section 1. Do you guys like the idea of having sort of just a general introduction? I think you have to have it, because you just can't just leap right into the technical stuff. So this first intent and purposes, these 5 paragraphs here, pretty much copy a lot of the languages right out of the ordinance to sort of puts it into context. Section, paragraph 2, the regulation is, that's right out of the Telecommunications Act. It says that language is exactly out of the Telecommunications Act, what we can regulate and how we can regulate it, and what it's subject to, those 2 conditions. I thought that was important, so people don't lose sight of that. And then as we go down to 5, 5 is still, we have a question that is unanswered yet from Copeland and Page about private ways and state roads, because we need to figure out how to do that, and at some point we need to figure that out. So that's sort of intent and purposes. Any thoughts, ideas, questions?
No, I feel like we've seen this language pretty consistently. It reflects the prior conversations very well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the repetition is key too. Because I think for a lot of people, this is
It's
foreign. So if all of the documents are consistent, I think it's going to be easier for us to adopt.
So and again, and don't feel like we can never go back and change this. So if over the next, month or 2 months, you want to come back and change something or add something, we certainly can do that. But I just want to kind of get the ball rolling by getting something written down. If we go down to B, general conditions, these paragraphs, 1 through 7, are literally pulled right out of the grant of application template that Tony had mentioned, that those are sort of things that were in there that didn't really fall into the technical thing. I just figured they're more general things, so I figured we need to have them, they need to show up somewhere before a grant of location, so that's why I copied those out of the grant of location and put them here. So, again, this is the same language. I had to change the tense of some of it because it's, it will be as a regulation, not as a permission.
One suggestion for the record, Andrea Adams, Senior Planner, Department of Community Development and Planning. Item 7, I absolutely agree with the inspection. You may want to say a building inspector or a zoning enforcement officer, or both, or one or the other. In that the Watertown inspector or a designee must approve in writing. So you may want to make it the building inspector, the zoning enforcement officer, or both. And then the other thing is, you may want to make a number 8 that says, or that breaks out, see where it says, conditions of the grant of location have been met, comma, and this date shall serve as the basis for the applicant's payment of an annual recurring fee.
Yeah.
You may want to make number 8, all applications will be subject to an annual recurring fee, so that they see it more clearly.
Yeah, and that's actually the fees in section 3.
Right,
The
but
whole
just so that they see right from the get-go, unless they may hop over that, you may want to make just a number 8 to highlight that there is not only an application fee, which is made clear in item number 4, there's a annual recurring fee, which you break out of number 7, which tells we have to inspect you. Oh, and remember, you're going to be subject to an annual recurring fee. Just not what it is, unless you want to embellish, but just so the applicant can clearly see it.
And so, yeah, so that we say here, just going back to 7, we hadn't quite decided who's going to inspect it at the time.
Right.
So it's going to be a building inspector or zoning enforcement officer?
Or their designee. So that gives you free rein to put it with both of the key inspectors in your town infrastructure. One does the building code, the other does the zoning enforcement, and they may want a tag team.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Justin O'Connor.
And are you a telecommunications person, or are you a resident?
He's neither.
Oh, he's your better half. Oh, my God.
Motion to adjourn?
Actually, he was sort of a telecommunications person. He was involved in the installation of solar cells. And worked
Okay,
for-
we'll try to keep it, quick.
Anyway, no.
So, okay, that's great.
Don't worry about it.
Here to see you're at work when I'm not.
Okay. Okay, so those two, other than that, anybody have any, so then, now we go into section 2, which is the technical thing, and I pulled, as you recall, during the committee meeting, I had sort of did some background information, and we had discussed a lot of these things. So this gets a little bit more detailed. But some of this was in the conditions of the existing grants of location that we did. Some of it was things we talked about having to do. So the narrative, we talked about that, is important to have. And remember, Exnet did not have this, and we made them write one to do it, because at some point, when we advertise a public hearing, the public has to know what it's about in a way that they could understand it. So I sort of did this, and I had that second sentence about who the final operator is, because it's not clear. People are applying for it. Central Line Communications was applying for it on behalf of AT&T. The guy from Exton wasn't here. The other guy, Marty, was not for it. So the person making the application is actually not the person who's operating, and we want to be clear so we understand who it is that's operating it. So that's number 1. If no questions, go down to number 2. The drawing package, and I went through all the 3 drawing packages that we had, and the things they had submitted, and the things we asked them for additional information.
Yep.
And I kind of mashed that all together, and I came up with all these things. The A, B, C, and D, and then, and E really were sort of things that were on all the drawings ultimately that we finally got from them in the final thing. So unless anybody has any questions on that.
To your point about question one, where identify the final operator of the small wireless facility, I guess, and I'm not sure how this would fit in, if you even think we need to include it, would be, should we have some sort of contact information for those people so that if there's an issue with the facility itself, we know who to contact and, or, you know, who would be responsible for maintenance or repairs. Maybe that doesn't have to go in here, but it just kind of jumped to the front of my mind when, because I think that's a really important point that you added about the final operator.
Yeah, and Andrea, this goes back to sort of, the application form about, we have so the petitioner, is one company, but that's not the person who's actually
No.
operating it.
Yeah,
And maybe do we need to,
just so you know, I did that without looking at Counselor Piccirilli's draft.
Okay.
So I actually looked at the submittals, the three that you liked, and that's one that I missed, but absolutely. What I was going to do is suggest you go through the regs, and then I'll talk about how I constructed the draft outline of an application. But you're absolutely right.
yeah, so maybe we want to add in contact information?
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, because once it's put in operation, who do we need to call if there's a problem, or they need to pay the annual fee, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And we may want to put on the regular application is the operator.
Well, like I said, I'll go through.
Yeah,
what
I'm
my
just putting a
intent
note
was.
there so I don't forget, so
Yeah.
otherwise I tend to forget. All right, so that's good, the drawing stuff. Okay, if we go to number 3, is the technical data. Remember, we asked for that. The AT&T guy supplied it, but ExtraNet didn't, and he'd supplied us all the data sheets of all the equipment. And that's important because one of the things that the conditions were subject to is that if they can maintain it and replace equipment as long as it didn't have a higher RF output than what was originally approved. So we don't want to give a grant of a location for a 40-watt cell site, and then they come back and they replace it with a 100-watt cell site, and it's like, well, So that's why we need to know exactly what we're approving by submitting the data sheet. Number 4, the wireless coverage map, remember we asked for that, they submitted that, so we can actually see what the signal level coverage is around the antenna. Number 5 is what they submitted, AT&T had submitted it, ExtraNet didn't, we asked them, and ExtraNet came and they submitted that also. And those are sort of the breakouts that they had of the power levels. And it's interesting because the things that are great, number 5, greater than 10% of the maximum permissible exposure was highlighted in red and has a warning on it that you cannot be present for more than like 6 minutes within that range. So these are sort of power levels of things. And then we also wanted the certificate, who actually performed the calculation assessment. We don't want just, somebody who's not licensed or certified to do it, preparing for it. We actually, like the drawings with the registered professional engineer, we want somebody who's certified in the field. So in terms of all that stuff there, in that section is what we ended up asking for the 3 petitions we approved, we ended up asking them to provide all that stuff. So
Yeah.
unless you think we need to ask for anything else at this point. And it's important that we write it here, because part of the application process that staff is going to do is say, okay, these are the things we're asking for. They're going to have a checklist to make sure that when they accept the application, all these things are sort of on there. Andrew?
Just one note, based on my previous experience permitting about 30, 35, 40 macro sites, they never exceed the RFR calculation. They're not allowed to. And the previous entity I used to work for finally stopped acquiring it because we couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were prohibited from regulating RFR, and unless we had an RFR expert, we couldn't independently verify that they were actually submitting us information that showed that the old equipment or the new equipment or whatever was actually meeting the limit, other than some engineer put his stamp on it that said, I hereby swear that the maximum permissible exposure limit is below blah, blah, blah. So I'm not saying you shouldn't collect it, but you'll have to answer the same question that we had to answer, which caused us, I'm sorry, I fall back into my previous hat on, caused the Cape Cod Commission to ask and eventually remove it from their application was, if you collect it, can't you prevent it? What are you going to do with it? They're radiating us. My dog is sprouting a second head. You have to prevent it. And we finally said, if we can't do anything about it, we can't collect it, other than for information purposes. If somebody wants to see the data that cell installation XYZ has for RFR exposure, we're not allowed to tell them that it's too high, too low, or otherwise. So we made it very clear that we'll continue to collect the data, but as far as we're concerned, we do not regulate it. It's an independent information source for the public if they choose to. Just giving you that feedback.
Yeah.
Not saying you should change your application.
Yeah.
Just
But, and
thinking
quite
down
honestly,
the road.
it's, you know, the public, I think public demands to know. that
Exactly.
Question, so, you know, we'll make them, and you're right, that they can't by law install anything that doesn't meet.
Right, so just keep that in
But,
mind if you
yeah.
get those.
Oh, yeah, I
questions.
know, but it's like we did before, but it's good, it's good to have that information. And actually, it becomes important further on, as you will see, which is the next paragraph, which is B, which
Yep.
we had quite a robust discussion of during the Public Works Committee meeting about, and, you know, the question is, that I had raised is, you know, a lot of telephone poles are very close to people's houses, and, you know, I said, do you want to have an antenna that's, you know, on the sidewalk with somebody's bedroom,
Right.
you know, bed where they sleep, you know, 8 feet away? And, you know, we came up with this, and they said, well, we wouldn't install it within 25 feet, so we said, yeah, but it's, the difference is, you know, it says, you know, the general population, so if you read this, that's right out of the
Right,
regulation about the amount of radiation, and it's like, if you're not aware of it, and it gets into problems when you have multiple cell sites that overlap, with overlapping coverage. So, you know, so now, you know, you have to add, if you have an AT&T website, and a Verizon website, and a T-Mobile website, and they're all, each one on their own, but now all three of them sort of added it. And really what it came down to is they said, no, we wouldn't put them more than close to 25 feet
right. So.
from it. And I said, well, where does the 25 feet come from? And the lawyer for AT&T refused to answer it because his client was sitting in the room. But basically, I said, well, if you look at if you go up to paragraph 5, our field calculation, everything was color-coded, and less than 0.5%
Right,
was beyond 25 feet and beyond.
right.
And he said, well, we
Developed
would
a
never
rule of-
install the antenna closer to 25
They've
feet.
developed a rule of thumb.
And that's really, so that's and again, the way, and of course, it depends on the size of the transmitter, and they were using 40-watt transmitters, and a
Yeah.
40-watt transmitter. And so that, as you remember that discussion, and the
Yeah,
guy got kind of bent out of shape, and then afterwards, I said, look, what are you going to do if we tie it to the federal regulation and say you can't, to have it in
Can't do it with
space?
the feds.
And he
won't let
said,
you do
well, he said, that's not a problem, because that's the rule that we use anyway for designing it. So, but I just want people, you know, it's kind of good to have it clear, and, you know, Mark Rich may say you can't put that in there.
Well, by the
But I felt that what are they gonna, if they're already using that as their design criteria,
Right,
they know, we know, and it's not an issue.
right, and you have a rebuttable presumption that if the companies start saying, you're unduly burdening us, you can say, well, that, but
That's not undue
the
burden.
feds,
It's really, it's
Yeah.
it's not under, and I think we're, and again, this is something, we need to have something in here to, you know, provide a degree of confidence to the public.
Right.
And the public who did show up at those meetings, when I explained this to them and gave them that our field calculation that was above it, had the colored bands of things, and then they gave the drawing that showed the antenna was 30 feet from the house. It's like, okay.
And you have a logarithmic decrease of the,
Well, yeah, so, and everybody said, all right, well, even the people who didn't want the antenna there felt comfortable by having this information.
okay.
Because we
That serves
grounded
the
the
purpose.
decision in actual science, not just
Yep.
pulling a number out of the air.
Right, and then you're protected because it's
So-
actually a defensible
Right.
transfer from the federal
Yeah,
regulation.
and again, I'm not concerned about these three particular applications, but if we start getting hit with, 100 or 200 cell sites, we got to be able to sort of manage the public's expectations. So I'm asking the committee, how do you guys feel about this paragraph B? That was literally right out of that sort of our Public Works Committee notes. Did you, just cut and paste that, and if, we can always revisit it, but I think that the public was happy. Even Barbara Ruskin was happy with that.
No, it's, like you said, it's important for consistency purposes to use the language that we've already agreed upon, and then, so language-wise and process-wise, it works, but then substance-wise, as you just said, it's what what the community has said they want and what we have indicated is in the best interests of
Yeah.
folks, so it's perfect.
And I think if, after some back and forth, if the three that we've already approved at the end of the day said,
They had no problem with that.
right, then I think if the first three had no problem with it, I think it's even more important to keep it in there, because if somebody tries to push back later, we can say we've already, established this as a, precedent or whatever in Watertown. So I
And
think,
I really wanted to ground it in, so the Federal Telecommunications Act references this paragraph of 47 CFR, and so I really wanted to tie it back to the specific language in the federal law, so I think that kind of covers us, Okay, so going on to C, so C becomes, so now, if you look at, I did C, so there's several different flavors. So I broke it into C, D, E, F, and G, because there's all these different things. So C and D are both on existing utility poles. The difference is one without underground conduit and one with underground conduit. And I will tell you a little why I broke those two out. When we approved that pole on Coolidge Avenue, the AT&T one right in front of the UPS, the day before we were going to vote on it at the town council, the lawyer called me up and said, we got a problem. The fiber for connecting to the antenna is in a manhole right in front of the Miller's Ale House in the middle of Arsenal Street, and we're going to need to run a conduit from that manhole to this pole. And I said, not under this grant of application, you're not. So I got him to agree to not do that and just do it cleanly, because once we do, as you remember, if you look at the grant of applications, that we made a specific, there was a specific, if you look at paragraph 3 on the next page, page 4, that was a condition of all three grants of location. They could not disturb the roadway or the sidewalk surface as part of this installation. And certainly running underground conduit would do that. So what I decided when I did this, I said, okay, well, if somebody comes up and says they need to run a conduit from the manhole to the utility pole, the existing utility pole, I did that as paragraph D and sort of put additional things on, because these are the additional requirements that DPW would require under D. So that's how I ended up with C and D. So D is everything like C except for the underground conduit. So anyway, as you go through C, all this stuff was in the material that we did from the utility pole, from the Public Works Committee about utility pole. We talked about not mounting height, preferred location. Others can't be mounted with all this other stuff, because we don't want to have, multiple cabinets on one pole. Number two, no double poles until, if they want to install it on a pole, the double pole, well, the double pole has to be removed first before you make your application, so we're really clear about that. Number three, we just talked about. Number four, we talked about the pole condition, and there's been a lot of work going on with poles that are, what we really didn't want to do is have them install an antenna that's going to be in service for 25 years on a pole that's only got 5 more years of life in it. If you're going to do it and the pole is partially rotted, put in a new pole. And we saw that both on Arsenal Street and on Palfrey Street, they put in new poles. So I think that's okay. Number 5 was if the new pole was replaced, we actually did this, we put these conditions on both the Palfrey Street and the Arsenal Street poles, so I just copied them out of that. And again, we can make that same change here. The Watertown inspector, we can change that to the building inspector or ZEO.
Zoning enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do a find and replace.
Yeah, so again, I just copied it from
Yeah.
some of the stuff. So that was 5. And 6, we also made as a condition, and we sort of add that last sentence to sort of the good faith effort, because, but I think the applicants for the other applications were okay with that. We realize that they can't, we want them to do the asking too, because they actually have a contractual relationship with the pole owner that we don't. So those are sort of the general things about utility poles. Nothing new here. Any questions, comments? So then going down to D, D is the same as everything above, plus the thing the Public Works requires. If you remember, when we get applications for grants of location for underground conduits from Public Works, all that stuff is, number 2 is, that's what they would be required to submit normally. So we would just make that part of this application. And I added number 3, because of the shot clock and the 60-day approval, that we need to be explicit. If you're going to do this stuff, swing by the DPW, have a discussion ahead of time, sort of get the kinks worked out before you make the application. Don't submit it and have us have to reject your application because you didn't include it. So I thought that was just good practice to put that number 3 in there. And I'm happy if you guys have any thoughts on that.
No, seems to work.
Because again, I think, our goal for these regulations is to make it as idiot-proof as possible. So when an applicant comes and gets it, there's no questions that are unanswered. Everything they need to know is here. So if they can get us a good, complete application up front, it makes our job in approving it much simpler. I don't want to have to be in a position of, finding errors on drawings or finding missing information and having to send them back. So anything we can do, and any ideas we have to sort of make it clearer for them what they need to do is, we should try to do. Okay, so that's existing utility poles. Going down to this one, the co-location on existing light poles. Now, we didn't talk about this during the Public Works Committee because we didn't have it. I actually stole this I adopted the best practices from the Boston thing, and I took some of the language off of the Boston site. So the way you know it, so it's a little bit of a misnomer saying they're mounting an antenna on an existing pole, because what they do is they take an existing light pole, they remove it, they put a new pole with a new footing, and they call them stealth bases, which is 2C. So they'll put like a you know how a light pole has a base on it? Well, they have a base that's maybe like 2 or 3 feet high, and it usually has vents on and stuff. And that's actually the equipment cabinet where all the radio equipment sits in that. But it's sort of disguised to look like the base of the pole. And then they put a new pole with the antenna is like an integral part of it, and the wires, everything runs up inside the pole. So it's actually a brand-new pole. And if you go on the Boston website and look at some of the ones that have already been pre-approved, they're not exactly the same, but they're very close to what was there originally, and they have, you know, they have multiple different models to match the different kinds of light poles. It's interesting, so I put up right here, number 1, so the single head acorn style streetlight, which is what we have here on Main Street, there is no way to put an antenna on top of that. What they have is approved versions for the city of Boston of the dual acorn light. So it's one cast iron pole, and it's got 2 arms with 2 acorn lights. And what they do is they put a center pole between the 2 of them. They extend it up like another 4 feet, and the antenna sits in that. You really can't do that with a single acorn light because the light itself sits at the top of the pole. So my feeling is we shouldn't even go down that route and just say, the only place that exists is right here on Main Street in Watertown Square. It's like, okay, you can't remove and replace those, you know.
Quick question or
Sure.
more of a comment?
Unless you guys think we should allow them to do it and propose something.
Since you said existing decorative and you call out a specific style, I recognize that same thing, that the only place in Watertown where you have this particular decorative style is on Main Street. Do you want to leave it as that, or do you want to leave it more broad as a decorative street light? Or do you want to see what happens, and then if you need to adjust the prohibition in the future, you follow?
They do have a lot of
Right.
decorative streetlights that have, so the Bishop's Crook light, and they've got a lot of things where they actually are able to do it because the light head
Right,
is offset from the pole.
exactly. I'm just
The only
saying-
place it doesn't work is if the light head is mounted directly on top of the pole,
Right, it's
because
perpendicular.
you
yeah.
can't make it
So
work.
I'm just saying that, given that styles and tastes change, and that you may or may not in the future approve a different style of decorative head, that may or may not have the same capacity to provide for an antenna installation as what Councilor Pizzarelli just said, or you may choose for aesthetic reasons to install something more similar to what's on Main Street. Do you want to leave it single acorn style head, or do you want to leave it existing decorative street light? One is more narrow, one is more broad. If you leave it more narrow, obviously you're not going to get one of these installations anywhere you have that type of decorative light, but you could somewhere else. If you find that you have a problem, the fix then is you amend the regulations and expand the prohibition. So you could wait and see what you get, but essentially all your sequestering is Main Street, if you follow my,
Well, you know, like, let's suppose when we redo Mount Auburn Street, we install decorative
right.
lights. We can, if we do that and we say that style is incompatible with an antenna, well, maybe we could add that in. But at
Right,
this
so
point, I
cross
think
reference when you come to it.
this covers it, and if we need to change, the great thing is, you know, these are sort of flexible. We can change it whenever we need to.
Yep, and I would agree as a lighting person that you can't have your cake and eat it too with those lights behind you on Main Street.
I guess the larger policy question is whether or not we even want small cell wireless on, regardless of if it's a decorative pole that can accommodate it, do we even want these facilities on those lights? Because I would imagine there's an underlying reason why a decorative streetlight was put in place. So then mounting a small cell wireless facility on it, does that then detract from why that specific type of light was chosen in the first place? And I mean, I don't know I guess if somebody were to come to us with their, you know, the map coverage and says it needs to be here, I guess it's a question whether you would deviate from that, but it seems to me if somebody's if the plan is for it to be decorative, we don't want to take away from that decorative nature. I could be, I mean, that's more, you know, kind of, I think
The
to Andrea's
standard decorative
broader.
light, like the ones just behind you, are anywhere between 25 and 30 feet tall, depending upon whether or not you have a flat top or a finial. So based on what Councilor Piccirilli said, if you have a double mast arm, you have to think about if that mast arm is sitting at about 20 feet, maybe 22 feet, you're going to be having a 4-foot projection based on what he said above the location of that mast arm. So that is what kind of quote-unquote community character impact you'd have by putting back an acorn-style double head, but then you have this projection in the middle of the double head that might be slightly above the level of the light heads, given that these have a decorative finial, or it might be slightly taller.
So you want, let's, you know, everybody should go on the City of Boston website and look at some of what they've done. And actually just go down like the public gardens and drive around the public gardens, and you'll actually see they've already got some installed. So we can come back to this if you just want to
Just something to think about.
think about it and do a little more research. But, you know, if you look here, the A, B, C, and D is I sort of copied that language right from one of the City of Boston applications, so. I added number 3 because if they are gonna have to put a new
Right,
base.
new footing.
And they may have to run conduit to it. Sometimes they'll run the fiber optic in the same conduit as the power to a power manhole. Sometimes but then they have to run fiber optic from a communications manhole to the power manhole. So at some point, you actually got to run a conduit somewhere because you got power and signal in 2 different places. So there's going to be that. So just they have to restore the sidewalk. We're going to require number 5, those additional things as part of the submittal. And number 6 is, you know, what the City of Boston did is they actually got pre-approved designs from all the wireless carriers ahead of time from the city. So when they actually go to make their application, they already have a pre-approved light pole for that style. Again, I think we want to encourage them to do that. So that's the light poles. You know, this is a little bit, you know, I was a little less clear on this because we didn't have some real-world stuff to look at. I imagine most places we have light poles, we also have utility poles, but there are places like Galen Street where all the utilities are underground and there's only light poles. So if they would want to install antennas on Galen Street, it would have to go in one of these types of light pole installations. And you can't do this with a concrete pole, so they have concrete poles. We have concrete poles on Galen Street. So if you look in Boston, if there's a concrete pole, they actually replace it with a metal pole, but it's painted sort of that same tan color as the concrete poles. But it is a new metal pole. Any questions on lighting poles? F, co-location on existing traffic light poles. I had a long discussion with Jeremy on this, and it's like the idea that we're going to be having antennas in the middle of intersections, and all our intersections are too complicated, and digging up the road to run conduits, to run, we have enough problem with traffic in Watertown, and I think we could safely say we're going to prohibit this. It's not like there's, you know, a million light, telephone poles or utility poles around the intersection that you could use. I don't think we really want to have them doing that because it's going to be too disruptive to our traffic operation. And every time they have to go service the equipment, they have to put a bucket truck in the middle of the intersection. And I think that just is too much of a burden on the motoring public and general public safety. So this,
I'm not sure I understand. I can see the maintenance issue. You have to put a bucket up, but I'm not sure why a traffic light pole couldn't be used for any other reason other than the maintenance concern. You said something originally. What was the first point?
so
that you made?
they have to run conduit to it, right? So you have to dig up the road, run power and signal conduits to it, and then run their wires up inside it and mount all the equipment on our pole. And it's just having,
The pole,
and they may have to raise the pole, put an extension on the pole. And it just, I think it's just, it raises well, number one, it's, if this was like a country town, where there wasn't a lot of existing poles, and you could say, use it, we've got so many other structures around town that, it's not, I think, first of all, it's not going to present a burden on the carriers to say, you can't put it on this traffic light pole, but, 50 feet away, there's a utility pole, you can put it on it.
Okay.
And I just think it creates a lot of,
Disruptive, I understand.
it's just too disruptive to the public, and it just, technically you could do it, but.
Yes, I understand.
But it's just the idea
There's
of,
enough other alternatives.
yeah, I think there's enough other alternatives, and certainly, if somebody challenges us in court, well, we'll deal with it at that point. But I really don't think that's, it's gonna be an issue, so. But we can always change it if it is, so, but I think, we don't want the accident. So then, in G is the other thing. Now, G has a 90-day shot clock instead of a 60-day, according to the FCC regulations. I haven't actually, I imagine that's going to be something, G is going to be something similar to E. It's going to be the same type of thing, but the way the FCC regulations, it talks about, having these new freestanding poles to locate multiple carriers on. So I think these are sort of envisioned as sort of, how you see like a cell phone tower, like along the Mass Pike, and it's got, 20 antennas because there's 5 different carriers on it. The language almost seems to say they want to be able to do that here. And again, I'm not sure need to do a little more research on that. I'm not sure we want to have just 50-foot poles with multiple carriers on them in Watertown. I don't think, again, we have enough other poles. The other thing that we want to, that I have thought about is, they may want to install a new wooden utility pole. So you got, if you have wooden poles every 100 feet, put one on the other side of the street, on the sidewalk, and put the antenna on that. I think we need to perhaps think about that. That would be a new pole, but it would be a new wooden utility pole, and it would be installed by the phone company.
yep.
So I think there's more research that needs to be done on this, if anybody's got any ideas.
So do you think that's something that we can, based on our limited regulatory powers, do you think, like, the 50-foot pole that you're talking about hypothetically, that would be just for these small cell wireless facilities, do you think we can prohibit those? I mean, I'm happy, if we can, great.
We could, I mean, you may get places like Watertown Square, where there's no utility poles, and there's not a lot, because everything's underground there. So if you say, well, we need coverage right in the delta of Watertown Square, well, where are you going to put the antenna? So maybe, that may be one place. Most other places, I think there are enough poles, but there could be, the poles on one side of the street are too close to the building. They want to put a wooden pole on the other side of the street so they can get that 25-foot separation, which would mean they'd have to put a new pole and then run the cable aerially from that pole to the other pole, and then put the antenna on that pole. So that could be, I envision that being more likely scenario in Watertown, but I'm not sure. There could be some places like Charles River Road where they're, although there I would think they would want to do it on a light pole rather than another freestanding pole. I'm not sure. I think we need to have something because the regulations say we have to allow them. I just haven't, if somebody wants to, think about it or have some suggestions, but I think we're going to need to come back to that at a future meeting.
I'll reach out to a couple of my sources from my old days because we went through this question on the macro sites. Where I previously worked, they were all towers. They didn't have the luxury of putting them on top of buildings, so we went through somewhat the same discussion in terms of, we don't want a proliferation of towers, we want you to all co-locate. So I'll reach out to some of my old contacts and see if they have any intelligence about some of those issues, because I would think it would behoove potentially, if you could, put in a co-location requirement, then you'd have one or two with several CRAN installations on it. Everybody's got their space, but you wouldn't have a potential proliferation of them in the capacity dead spots, because each one of the carriers will want their capacity looper,
You're
because
right.
that's what the CRAN is. So let me see if I can see if there's some similarity in terms of how the CRAN sites work vis-à-vis a typical guide cell tower where you want, AT&T at 9X all on it, so you don't have one 50 feet away and another one for the other guy 50 feet away.
Yeah.
It's maybe an advantage to having freestanding poles that allow a number of, I don't know if this is what you're saying or not, but carriers to be in one place and not to have already poles that are already loaded with certain items, having more items on them.
It may be, and there may be some areas in town. I think most streets, there's enough utility poles, but I think this, I think we need to just think.
Leave it open.
We
Yeah,
we
leave
need
it
to,
open for
we need to do some more
discussion.
research and come back with
Sure.
something else at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
Somebody's stuck in the elevator.
Oh, no.
Remember the bells?
Oh, I heard the bells.
We're gonna try and open the elevator.
Okay, so,
I hope it's not Lisa.
who got stuck in was it Angie got stuck in the elevator?
I just know that ring because I'm on the 3rd floor, and that's usually where it gets stuck.
That's one of those gifts and a curse kind of things, You get to miss the meeting, but you have to stay in an elevator. No. It's one of those gifts and curse kind of materials, absolutely.
All right, so section 3, section 3 is the fees. We need to have a fee schedule.
Yep.
This, again,
Reflects our conversation.
reflects our conversation from the committee report. Paragraph A was Mark Rich's contribution to this. We have the one-time application fee, and again, this is C, this is right out of safe harbor fees. So C is, what we agreed to. And then D is what we put in the existing grants of location, and then E is just the annual recurring fee. So there's nothing new there for section 3. So, no questions on 3. We can go down to 4. So this is the one where the application process, and this is where, if you look at the separate sheet that Andrea gave us, sort of about which is this one here.
Excuse me, Vinnie, do you mind if we just go back for 1 second?
Sure.
Only because this, in my brief time on the council, I know one thing that was brought up at a council meeting, and then one thing that was brought up recently in our meeting about approving additional liquor licenses in town, is the question of proration. And I don't know if maybe we just make it explicitly clear that the fee will not be prorated.
Yes. Hi. That's okay.
Was that you stuck in the elevator?
No. Stuck at another meeting.
You wish you were stuck in an elevator.
Yeah, I would-
It's a dichotomy, I'm telling you. It's one of those things.
So we have a draft of this,
Yeah.
and we're
Great, I think I'm on that, but,
we're on page 6 now. so,
okay, thank you.
We just started talking here.
Yeah, so paragraph D, we sort of said that, and if you look at the grant of location, it was really clear that, where's the grant of location? we approved, it was really clear that, you know, that actually came up, and it's like, yep, well, that's sort of the way it is. It's an annual fee, and if you call for your inspection on December 15th, and it gets approved, and you want to turn it on December 16th, you have to pay your $270 fee, and then January 1st, you have to pay the fee again. That works like commercial registrations for commercial trucks. In Massachusetts, all commercial registrations expire on December 31st. So if you register your truck on December 1st, you got to re-register it on January 1st. So that's,
But that's not, all you're suggesting is whether we put a
Yeah,
phrase
so-
in there to be explicit that it's not prorated.
yeah, and
Where would you, if you wanted it? E, right?
And shall not be prorated.
So let's add that. And shall
If I
not,
remember correctly, that none of the carriers felt this was a burden.
Yeah.
yeah, at this point, you know, this is just background noise.
No, I understand, it's just,
No, I
But,
think they
yeah,
put it
so-
in.
so-
there.
so-
Yeah,
so we'll just-
explicitly, that's.
Yeah, we'll just explicitly say it shall not be prorated.
Shall not be prorated.
it's good.
Shall not be.
Thanks.
So we're just going through, and if you want to, you know, we're on the fees, and we can go back and cover some of the other stuff after we go
Okay,
through it.
if you have time, yeah.
Yeah, so we could, and it even, it's Andrea's, this is Andrea's husband.
Oh, hi,
and,
nice to meet you.
Tonight's their anniversary, so we want to try to rush through this as much as we
Don't
can.
let me hold you
I
up.
already tried to adjourn. I already tried.
That's okay.
The motion was not seconded.
On my anniversary, we're having a
anniversary.
Victory Field
Okay,
ad hoc committee
no worries.
meeting.
She's dedicated.
And my wife was unattended. So anyway, so now let's go back to the application process, which is top of page 7. So Andrea here had sort of put together some of that. And really, this is sort of the process. We really want to have this application checklist,
Right.
the process of what happens. So you're going to show up with a package of information, you show up with a check, and we really want to have, and I haven't had really a chance to
So I just want to
read.
leave this for you, kind of walk through it if you want, I'll go over. the application thing.
Oh,
So if you go on the town website and you look at there's, for the special permit process, there's an application form.
Which
There's
is that?
boxes got to be checked out.
yeah.
There's fees, you know, is it complete? And there's a whole bunch, it's basically a checklist, so that Steve Lagoon wants to handle this through the zoning office. Instead,
Well, let me put it this way.
Okay.
I wrote this broadly so that both yourselves as subcommittee and Director Assistant Town Manager Magoon could sort of finesse the details as to what made sense. So let me just walk you through it real quick. And interestingly enough, I wrote this without the benefit of seeing Councilor Piccirilli's draft regulations. I looked at the grants of location and commonalities between them and tried to note that down. So again, this is just an outline that would eventually be transformed into something like what's in front of Councilor Piccirilli.
Okay.
This is from the
Both
town
a hard
website for
copy
the-
potentially for now, and then ultimately an electronic form, probably using people forms, so that it can be entered by an applicant, like some of our other permit applications, and can be used for tracking purposes of relevant pieces of data that you want for these kinds of installations. So just for argument's sake, and some of this is also based off of the discussion that we had, myself, Councilor Piccirilli, Director, Assistant Town Manager Magoon, and Zoning Board of Appeals Clerk Luis Civetti, who does 99% of all of the intake for all of the projects that come before the Zoning and Planning Board, because most of them are Zoning Board approval, Planning Board advisory, Zoning Board approval, so the real record keeper is the Zoning Board of Appeals office. And they want the Planning Board to have what they have, but in terms of rendering a decision, Louise is 99% of the time, the individual is taking in the application. And limited cases, such as in the Pleasant Street Corridor District, the planning board is the permit granting authority. So the planning office and Ingrid Marquezano is the clerk to the planning board is doing the intake. But, so that'll give you an idea of why this is modeled the way it is, because after a meeting collectively, Louise and I met, and I put together a rough draft, and we collaborated on it, and then I actually said, you do most of the intake. It's more important for the form and the narrative to reflect what it is you do, since it's you that experiences most of the application intake in the department. You have that tribal knowledge that describes, what's a good application, what's a complete application from a not complete application. So 4 copies. Why? 1 for the record, and 3 ultimately to go to the council subcommittee that's doing the grant of location. Because I guess we understood from talking with Councilor Piccirilli that there'll probably be 3. So again, 4. 1 permanent copy so that you have it as reference, and 1 for each member. And that's typical for what we do for zoning and planning board. There's 1 copy for the file, 2 copies for the file. My experience is you can get along with 1, but there's copies for the file and copies for the board members. So that's why it says 4, including color copies. I hadn't gotten to specifying that other than in a few cases, but we can, flesh that out. Applicant information, and again, I tried to keep it simple, stupid. Who's the petitioner, company name, mailing, contact, phone number, email. Poll owner, because they're different than the petitioner, same thing, and I'm gonna add final operator, same thing, right? Because as you said, who are you gonna call after grant the location and the thing needs maintenance? The feeling was that this would be the subject of a public hearing. There would be noticing in the tab, Watertown tab, the paper of general circulation. So who's the entity responsible for paying for the legal ad? That's why that's there. And who is it? It could be little I, double I, or triple I, right? So which one of the 3 of you folks is going to pay for this? Then site location. Tell us the street, tell us the nearest assessors parcel number and the poll number. And that was consistent among the 3 or 4 applications that you liked. The poll number is the DPW alphanumeric poll number that is a bracket that's attached physically to the poll. So if there's any doubt, you can sort of triangulate between the 3.
Or supposed to be attached to the poll.
Supposed to be attached, but you can hopefully triangulate between the 3 and say, it's that one. Project description, number of cells, tell us in words, right? What are you doing? And in narrative form, describe if the existing pole will be modified, replaced, you lengthening it, painting it, putting holes in
Right,
it.
that all kind of goes back to the
Right.
things we just covered,
And then I'm going to add a new one, conduit, no conduit. And then below that, 5th one, pole type, to again follow the information in the regulations, right, that we just went over. Is it a utility pole? Is it a light pole? What are you messing with? And then construction drawings, 11 by 17 inch scaled, and yes, you have to tell them, otherwise you get teeny weeny drawings. 11 by 17.
or big giant ones, yeah.
Blueprint scale. So 11 by 17 scaled seems to be a comfortable piece of paper to work with when there's 3 of you here or in another room and you're trying to each unroll the plans and look at them.
And that's exactly what we got the
Right.
last time, so.
So include 2 locus maps. Show the street location and the aerial view, which again was what they provided. It's here with a star and then from a bird view looking down. Provide the street view, and it's exactly this, it just happens to be almost exactly the same as your language. Every compass point, in other words, how do you describe every view, 360 degrees, the existing infrastructure, power source, and the project, which they can do with Photoshop, there's the pole before with all the stuff on it, and here's the pole with our stuff. Photo send onto it.
Can I,
Yeah, go ahead.
what do you mean by power source? Is it,
The
The
thing has to
company
has
or-
power. Where is it coming from? Is it a conduit, a cable, an
Okay.
extension
Yeah,
cord?
because you have to install a meter.
Solar,
electric meter.
I mean, who knows? It could be a solar array at the top of the pole.
for the equipment that's
cell.
being installed?
Small cell, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not existing power,
Uh,
identifying where,
Existing infrastructure at the site and power source for the cell, for the project. Because the views should tell you what's on the pole original, now, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Up there, down, because you're gonna see the poles in 360-degree views, and you'll know which pole it is, so you could, he, whatever, the subcommittee could call up the DPW and say, is that real? Does that seem logical to you that they have telephone and there's fiber, and what's this other thing? And somebody might say, oh, that's the fire alarm drop, or we don't know what that line is. So you catch two birds at a time, you get rid of the illegal infrastructure on your pole, and you decide whether you want to permit the new cell site. Obviously, you're going to add to that potentially location of conduit. And then you had RFR data.
Yep.
I originally put that in, and Steve highlighted and said the same thing I said, which was, Mr. Magoon rather said, if we're not going to do anything with it, to paraphrase, can we really accept it? So I thought in talking also to Ms. Savetti, that you might also be interested in C, which is not exactly RFR coverage, but where are you? And relative to where you are now, Mr. Applicant or Ms. Pole Owner, or whoever you are, where is the new thing? So that you can have a database of all of these things in one nice place where you can compare maps to maps. Like for the first one, you may say, tell us, and then we could, in DCDP, put a GPS or some sort of locator on the town map and begin to create an inventory of locations. Not necessarily coverage, because in some ways we can't regulate that, but we do want to know which poles have what on it and who put what on what pole. So this gives you a start graphically of where they are and where they're going to be, and then we can transliterate
So,
that.
if you look on page 3, paragraph 4, that's what they had provided us for those other 3 applications, the before and
Right.
after. Here's the before map. Here's the existing coverage, and here's the coverage map with the new installation, so you
Right,
could
so
actually.
we stripped the coverage out of it because, again, of the rationale that I gave you, and given the comment that I received from Mr. Magoon on it when it said coverage maps, because I had coverage maps. He said, is this needed? So I transliterated it instead of coverage, giving you data on like location only. But if you want the coverage, we can put that in.
No, we definitely want, we want both the coverage and the RF,
Yep,
exposure.
so that's why that says inventory instead of what it says in Councilor Picciarelli's.
I think, we owe it to the public, and just so we
Fair
know.
enough.
Yeah, let's keep it in.
Yeah.
This is the one thing that,
Especially because that's one of the criteria for them asking the crust, is that there's not enough coverage
That's actually,
for
yeah.
other things too. but-
Right, but
Anyway,
anyway,
I
so
don't wanna
that's why it
bog down.
doesn't say coverage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and again, this is a rough draft, so, we're,
Yeah.
and just so, Lisa wasn't here earlier, but, we're gonna,
Okay.
we're gonna take notes, and we're gonna come back with another draft
Okay.
and
And
review it later,
I'm
so.
taking notes on this draft because I wanted your feedback on it.
No, it's good, this is great, I mean, I appreciate,
Before we transliterated it into a hard copy application and then an electronic application. The next thing I'm going to add is the Department of Public Works information that you asked.
Yep.
For when there's conduit installation or fussing with the sidewalk or public way in any way. So that'll be D. And then E is your number 3. So instead of D specification sheets, it'll say E, and FCC compliance is your number 5. The whole thing about the
Yeah.
maximum permissible exposure. If you flip it over, this is the back of house stuff that the applicant wouldn't see, but that DCDP staff, specifically the person, most likely Ms. Savetti, who's taking it in, would need to order to, from the staff's perspective, determine that the application is complete. Electronic copy, we want that plus the hard copy, and if it's not clear on the front side, I'll make it clear. Who's going to pay for what and where, newspaper authorization form, and that's similar to what's in the packet for a special permit.
Yeah, all this stuff here.
Like, we promise to pay for this many hearings, however many you want, could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, and here's the billable entity, and the tab will bill them directly. Fee payments made payable too, and then we had a different thing under fee payment in the draft that she sent you. She didn't have the benefit of looking, I think, at your draft regulations, so I did, and I mimicked what's in your regulations. Right. The other thing I'm going to make sure in the front part is batching, because you allow up to 5. So one of the questions that we had as staff processing, say I'm extranet and I have 5. Do you want 1 set for everything or 5 individual? You know, is it 1 application with all of the stuff, or do you want 5 separate applications, 1 each for each site?
So let's take a sort of higher level view.
Yep,
So there will be, assuming these sites are going to be different locations, there's going to be a separate public hearing for each installation. So a separate agenda item. So if they submit an application with a $500 check and here's 5 separate locations throughout Watertown, we're going to have to notice 5 separate public hearings, 5 different
Yep.
sets of a butter list, and we will have to treat each one with 5, there's going to be 5 separate grants of location.
Right.
So now, if they say, well, here's 5 drawing sets of the 5 locations, but, the equipment's the same, everything else is sort of the same. In my mind, we want to have on the on the website, the record copy would be each grant of location would have a complete
yep,
documentation package. So they can't say, well, here's 1 set of data sheets, it's the same equipment for all things. No, we're going to need 1, you can submit 5 packages, but each package has to be complete and stand on its
correct,
own.
and that's what I was thinking.
And you can submit 5 packages with 1 check, but with one,
What's the advantage of, if it's all the same, if the specs are the same, and isn't there anything in the regulations that could be just duplicated? That there's no need to have a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth packet if much of it's all the same?
well, they're going to have to
But
be
they're-
filed, they're going to have to be filed separately. So if if there's going to be, if it's going to be an antenna on a pole in front of 14 Bates Road.
Right.
And one in front of 203 Orchard Street, and they're both on the same application, well, they're going to be, when they get put on the website,
I
the
see.
203 Orchard Street, application, you're going to look and you want to see everything. If you go to the 14 Bates Road
You want to see it all?
application, you want to see everything. So you really.
You have your existing polls and perspectives.
Okay, so I think it
what you're
just makes
saying,
it, and what we don't want to say is, okay, well, now the staff is going to spend extra time saying, well, this is the same, I got to make extra 2 copies of this. It's a petitioner's responsibility to provide, here's a
data.
complete package for this poll, here's a complete package for this poll. Now, it says you can batch, and it's great if all the equipment's the same, because it makes our job easier, so you don't have to look at it
Yep.
5 times, you just look at it once. But I think from a filing purpose, it needs to be, each one needs to stand on its own, because you don't know what's gonna happen down
Right.
the road.
And the only other thing I'd say from, again, unfortunately, my previous experiences, the advice that I was given as a novice planner is, unless it's absolutely crystal clear that they provided something and sort of made one less of something for the requisite number of copies, the staff does not make copies. Because what if you make a mistake and through no fault of your own, you inadvertently omit a piece of data from one of the applications that's substantive for the board making the decision? Who's at fault? The petitioner or the town staff? So we were given, very little room to work with from that perspective. If it's obvious that they meant to make 5 copies and they made 4, you make one more of one page. That's not an issue. But if they're supposed to make 5 copies and they gave you 3, and you have to, copy their rationale and their supporting data, not only is that unfair to use the town resources, it now potentially, the way I was trained, puts the permit granting body in jeopardy, because now your staff could be held liable for forgetting to make a copy. And I agree with you in terms of, it's a paperwork burden, but it also makes sure the application is complete and that the data is presented to the public, even if it's
Okay.
unfortunately contentious.
So that's okay, it doesn't conflict with the FCC's stipulation about batching and the shot clock that, okay.
It just says,
It's reasonable amount of
$500 for up to 5.
Yep.
No, but I mean, given that, excuse me, under batching, that all, it says, it's more about the amount of time, not, okay.
Now, batching, in my sense, was just.
So that doesn't slow anything down.
Application processing standpoint.
Yeah, okay.
Check-in, in other words, this would be, again, back of house. If I checked it in, let's say, I'd write Andrea Adams and I'd date it, that it was found to be complete. Or I'd note that it was incomplete. It was Andrea Adams and 4/30/19, I deemed it incomplete, and here's why. So these are some questions that she and I both had. Who's responsible for paying the petitioner, the legal ad? And I think it's them, just like it always has been, which would be separate and distinct from the application fee, right? Because we don't know what the tab is going to charge for the legal ad. We typically encourage the applicant to provide us with the legal ad, or sometimes we try and shorten it to the fewest lines possible, but ultimately they're going to pay. So that would be over and above the fee.
Over and above the $500?
Yeah.
So that was my question, was, is that actually,
Now, this is for a special permit, a
Yeah,
site
yeah.
plan review, blah, blah, blah. That's the question. Are we supposed to bundle the advertisement fee into this? Or
I
do
say
they
no.
pay?
that's a question that perhaps one of the lawyers on the committee would like to see.
So you
But,
may
but,
wanna-
so the safe harbor, so, because it says, we could charge actual costs
Yeah,
or
I'm-
charge the safe harbor fee, and that's the question of,
But it's not our cost, it's their cost.
Right,
because this
So-
is a fee that the newspaper is charging.
right.
So it's
We
not a
don't know
town
ahead of
fee.
time, Since
Yeah.
the way it works in special permit, site plan review, special permit finding world, is we give them that authorization form, they sign it. And we put in the dates of the hearings, because it's usually advertised twice. And then.
This only needs to be
Gatehouse-
advertised once, yeah.
Yeah, Gatehouse Media, then, they're the owner of the tab, bills whoever's on that form for however many lines of text it is.
So I would just, sorry, Lisa, I would just think that because the safe harbor fees talks about the municipality's costs, and this is a fee that the newspaper is charging for a statutory requirement, I think we're safe to say that they have to pay the advertising cost to the newspaper, because it's not something, it's not a cost of the municipality, it's a cost of the newspaper. So I think we're probably safe, on safe ground with that, unless somebody else is gonna.
Oh, that sounds right.
No, I was going to say, I would hope that's the case. The only thing I know is that Governor Baker has made it so that you don't, you could, the town can pass where you can notify on the website instead of having to require in the newspaper, but, so I'm hoping they pay for it. It's not a town cost, and they have to.
I don't think it's
But
exorbitant.
I guess the one question I had about this is, who
Yeah.
checks that the advertisement happened before?
We
to?
typically get the tear, what's called the tear sheet. So when we interface with the tab in special permit, site plan review, special permit finding world, we create the legal notice, meaning DCP, and that's why we make sure that we try and include enough information to notify the public, but you could go on for a paragraph about any particular project, and they
Yeah.
should by line of text. We try to keep it to the minimum necessary so that they don't rack up a bill, because we don't know what that bill is, but we want to be fair. So when we interface with Gatehouse Media, the legal staff, we ask for proof of receipt of the draft legal ad and then a tear sheet. The tear sheet is an actual sheet of paper that they run the a draft of the newspaper that's coming out. We tear out the page of legal ads and put it in an envelope, mail it back.
I would just say,
It's just-
our charter requires that we advertise in the newspaper, so we actually have to change
No,
the
I mean,
charter.
that's fine, I just,
Yeah.
my hope is reduce the burden on the staff as much as possible with this, and that we maximize the fees. And so, but also just that check, that it's complete
Oh, yeah.
and the ad happened.
Yeah. They've never let us down. They either email us confirmation in the legals department, legal ads department, that it's received and it's been put to print, and then they've sent us the phrase called the tear sheet.
So I'm sorry, in the application, maybe you already covered, is there a checkoff that they did an ad? I know this is just draft, but-
Turned into
Yeah.
the check.
Okay.
The checkoff.
I-
This second page on the back.
Just to make it easier for a
That's how
checkoff.
solely for staff. Right, so we haven't designed.
But who is actually responsible for, who's legally responsible to advertise?
The town.
The town, so-
Council, because that's a requirement of our charter to have a public hearing.
So in a sense, and I'm not saying we should, but in a sense, the town should be paying for the ad.
Well, I worry that their attorney
We're
could argue
legally
that.
responsible to do it.
No, I think what Vinnie's saying is a charter doesn't mean that we're legally responsible for paying it. It's a legal requirement that
It's
that
done.
these notices are published in the newspaper. So it's not the town shall pay to have advertising.
No, I'm sure, but
Oh, there it is.
it falls to the town to make sure it's done. I don't,
Right, because it's actually state law requires, it's a state law requirement.
Right.
Requires public hearings
be notified, be
be
publicized.
published in a newspaper of record.
But I think it's fine, let's
And,
just
and
move along
if
here.
it becomes, if we get challenged in court,
Then we'll deal with it.
then we can deal with it later. But at this point, I don't think, we didn't hear any complaints from
No, they're not going to complain about it.
the, the existing petitioners, and that's just,
They're not
and I
complaining
just
about the
think,
fee
let's
either.
just
Keep going.
keep going, and we can always change it if there's a problem.
This is a real deep dive process question for the application process, and where do we put the money?
Where do we put the money? Would-
Right.
General
What
fund
account
revenue. Put
is
the
it
money.
going into?
Wherever our fees go, that's something you gotta, that's a Tom Tracy question.
General fund revenue.
But I'm just
It
trying
goes
to
in the general fund, but they may have
understand
specific,
what we think
object
about
codes
when we
to put-
process
Oh,
the
yeah,
application.
yeah,
So if you see red
general fund
flags,
revenue though, yeah.
you can let us know.
so, so for right now, you got building permit fees, you got dog license fees, you got, And those go into, so they're all fees, they all go in the general fund, but they have different object codes. So if somebody says, how much did we collect for dog licenses, you can say to the penny. How much did we collect for building permit, we say to the penny. Even, so, and I imagine Tom Tracy's going to want to say, how much did we collect this year for small wireless facility fees, and that would be just a separate account number. So just however, we don't really need to get into that level of detail, but you guys do.
Right, but you're seeing the questions that we
Yeah.
asked. The third one is, in special permit, site plan review, special permit, ID world, the town does, the petitioner pays for the newspaper notice, the town sends out the abutters notice, right? So that generates the question, what information is being placed onto the notice to the abutters? Right, we take that application, they describe the relief that they need, and in English, in a, rather not English, but in a word narrative form, what the project is, and then they submit data, typically house plans or whatever, that match the words to the actual picture, which is the construction drawings. So she's asking if the discussion, I don't know if you're there, but maybe after you left, if the town staff, DCDP, is doing the abutters notice, what are we putting in the notice?
So we actually, I was there, we had this discussion. So my feeling is, so the notice. So it goes back to what's being printed in the newspaper, which goes back to the official notice is what's actually on the agenda. So if you look at the town council agenda, there's like a paragraph
Right,
that describes what the official vote of the public intent, purpose and vote of the public hearing. I would think that what is on the council agenda for the public hearing is a notice, is the same as what's printed in the newspaper,
right,
and is the same as what is mailed to the abutters.
right.
That one paragraph. And I think that, now we talked about this, because I asked the question, because I was led to believe with the first three applications that were done, that Maryland mailed copies of the drawing package to all the abutters, which I don't think needs to happen. And if that's the case, that's a lot of stuff to mail. And I think that it should, like we have on the agenda, it says that paragraph, and there's a hyperlink which links to the website, which has the application and all the drawings there. And that's really, if the postcard that goes out with that paragraph on it, it doesn't need to be a letter or a package. I just think it's a postcard and says, if you want the information, go to town hall or
Yep,
go to this URL and that information is there. And you go to, the whatever, right there. So you could do it right now if you go to like the cases for zoning relief. Here's the case number, here's you go to that, and it's got all the documents are right there. And
Right.
those are the documents that we're gonna look at when we vote on the grant of location, and those are the documents that the public can look at. And those are the ones, if you go right to the
yep,
very first line here, they're gonna submit all this stuff
Right.
in electronic format, so we can get it and put it right on the website.
yep.
And I just think to make it simple, unless there's, which I don't believe there's anything in the law that says we actually have to mail out, like when we vote on the budget, we have to publish that as a public hearing. We don't have to mail a copy of the budget to everybody in town. It says you can either go online or you can go to the clerk's office and look at it.
And it's the same in special permit world.
Right, because if they're submitting.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I just want to be sure that all documents are accessible,
Right,
because we have a real
so
problem with that
This is a
right
very
now
specific question.
on electronic.
So the question is,
What is the actual
That matches
verbiage?
What's going to match
In other
the
words,
agenda?
if this
Well, then
assumes that,
The
what you're
link.
suggesting on the actual verbiage is what's on the town council agenda. That's what you're
So,
suggesting, right?
you're
Vinnie?
suggesting the agenda is even set before we've accepted.
No, I think
No,
we
no,
can
no.
just use it as a form.
so
Just
if,
take
Use that template?
so if you go back, so it says,
Oh, okay, I get you.
and the petitioner name is requesting installation of a small wireless facility at
Blah, 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 blah.
such a pole, abutting such property
Got it.
and both, and just, you have blanks you fill in.
Oh, I got it.
And literally, you write the paragraph ahead of time,
Yep.
and you just take the
Yep,
key
I got
elements
it.
off the application, and you just put them in the blanks.
The reason being is that for this last year or so, I've been interfacing with Marilyn on grants of location. I've been constructing the abutters lists, and helping her with the description of what they're actually asking for. So, I know what you're saying because I've done it,
Yeah,
so.
and
I
it's on,
guess-
and it's
Include
on
that
an
hyperlink.
it's on existing,
Yep, yep.
existing wooden utility pole, it's on a existing light pole, it's blah, blah. We literally, you write it and you just have blanks, and each blank has, 2 or 3 choices you put in, or the,
So-
and if we write that ahead of time, so then that becomes, when
Yep.
you do the ad in the newspaper.
Right, there it
it's
is.
tight, it's the same thing that goes on the postcard, it's the same thing that goes on the agenda. So now, every time an application comes in, it doesn't have to become, oh, we're gonna spend an hour
Exactly.
fooling around with it, because it's just, you just fill in the blanks. And I just think, in terms of having that, you can put that right here in your,
Yep,
the sample thing in your package, this is what it's gonna say, and let's just do it, and
So
then-
could I just interject that
Sure.
if, you can include the poll number, maybe you were already thinking that, just
yep.
yeah, the poll number's
location is
important.
sometimes,
Yep. No, when I did the narrative of description of the location, I put in every locator I could think of. In other words,
Well,
adjacent to parcel number X, adjacent to.
The street address, the parcel number, and the
Parcel
poll
number,
number.
at the corner of, pole number, yada, yada, telephone pole, so that you could try and, if you said Google Maps, you could pull it up and, oh, it's that one, right? If there's 2 nearby, it's the mast arm pole with a cross T. I guess, up to this point, it presumes that DCDP is doing this, right? We've checked the legal ad, we've got the fee, we've created the abutters notice, and the question I have is DCDP sending out the abutters notices, or is the council clerk?
well,
I don't know who, well, the abutters notice is dependent on the date of the council meeting, so it has to, so I think, so one of the things
wouldn't
is,
it be based because of the town clerk?
it has to be on the town clerk because it's tied to the town council agenda.
Yeah,
So it
And
has
that's
to be,
to meet, and also the timeline, right, to the shot
So
clock.
she's, or I shouldn't say she, I'm referring to she
Yeah.
as Louise Savetti, who does most of the application intake. But the thinking is, once the application is deemed complete,
Yeah,
the application will be taken to the clerk's office
Yeah.
and stamped, just like we have a check off on
the town clerk's office.
Yes, town clerk's office, and stamped. Once that happens, it says, once the check-in has been completed, the next steps will be provide timeline to the applicant, establish a clock to start ticking, stamp in a town clerk, hand everything over to the council clerk.
Right, and I think the council clerk, so now, we got to figure out sort of
So my-
in-house.
why wouldn't the town clerk do it?
Because the town clerk, it doesn't set the town council agenda, the council clerk does.
No, but she's talking about the notice to butters.
So the notice to butters, but so who has to fill in the date of
So
the
after we do the check-in,
council?
Oh, the notice has the
Because
town
the town
council meeting
council
on there?
president, so then the council clerk needs to do 2
Right.
things.
Oh, I'm
Said,
sorry.
okay,
I was thinking
I
more
got
of
these
just
three,
a
I got
notice
these,
on an
these
application.
drawing packages, I need to get these to the Public Works Committee.
right,
So they can schedule
So
a
can I
Public
ask a
Works
question?
Committee meeting. Well, hold on one second. And then she needs to talk to the council president and say, okay, we need to pick a date for the public hearing so I can send out the abutters notices.
right, so.
And the council president says, well, and you get into things, well, July, August, and December, there's only one council meeting, and you got to look at sort of the 60-day clock period, because, the town council has to issue the grant of location one day before the 60-day clock runs out. Because they have to be able to get the building permit within that 60 days. And they can't get the building permit until they actually get the grant of location. So all those things need to happen, and you know, I think we can say, here's the time frame while this needs to happen, but, you know, the council president's going to say, well, what's on the agenda? Can I fit this in? And if we're going to have, if somebody comes in and there's like going to be 10 grants of location that we're going to
Right,
vote
that's
on,
all.
and we're voting on the budget, and we, you know, at the same time, he's going to need to figure out that, he may even say, you know, there's so many, you know, we've got 25 grants of somebody came in
Yep.
with 25, and they've, you know, and, you know, $500 checks with 5 different applications, you know, we're going to need to, you know, schedule a special meeting just to
Right.
vote on grants of location. So that's the kind of thing that
Well, here's what,
he needs to, you know,
Good question.
and I think the person who's the conduit for that would be the council clerk, because she's the interface to the council president and can get the information to the Public Works Committee, so we can schedule a meeting. And now the question becomes, typically, there's a vote, and, you know, matters come up, they go on the agenda for referral to the Public Works Committee. I think we may want to adopt a policy that this is a standing referral to the Public Works Committee, so if we get it on a Friday, these drawing things, we can go ahead and schedule a meeting with, you know, without actually having to wait till the next council meeting for it to be on the agenda to vote to schedule. So I want to think about that, if that's a recommendation we want to make to make it, because we don't want to do is waste 2 or 3, potentially 4 weeks
Right.
of no action by the Public Works Committee, because, you know, it's the Wednesday after the one council meeting in July, we get the application, and then we're not going to have another council meeting till
Yep.
August. So now you've actually got 4 weeks. So 4 weeks out of your 60 days, you know, nothing's happening. And I think the Public Works Committee needs to have the authority to schedule a meeting and to review the drawings, to make a recommendation to get on the next council meeting.
So in closure, the way this is set up is GCDP, most likely Ms. Savetti, will do everything up to creating the notice for the abutters and the abutters list, and then all of the documentation up until that point will be given to the council clerk to do the rest of the process.
Yes.
so my question is, maybe you guys already talked about this, like, it's just question, why we don't have the building inspector or DPW involved? It's all, is it,
Yeah, they're involved a bunch up until that point. So in order for the proper documentation to get to the stage that was just described, they would have to go through the building inspector and DPW. It says it a couple of times in here. That's recommended that they go through that process so that they can get all the information.
so before they submit things to Louise, the DPW side? So
Yeah.
the DPW is basically handing it off to planning, zoning?
No, as I understand it, looking at the draft regulations that Councilor Piccirilli created, there are a couple of cases where if you are interfering with the public way or the sidewalk, you have to provide, it's very much recommended that before you file, you go and meet with the Department of Public Works to ensure that you have a road opening plan, a traffic plan, and a plan to restore the infrastructure that you dug up.
And otherwise, the
Right.
plans would be considered not complete.
Correct. So they don't hand it off to us. They tell the petitioner, you need this stuff in your application, and here's what we're expecting those 3 pieces of data to look like. Then the application, when it's filed, we check to see if it has the 3 things the DPW wants.
Right.
And we may cross-check with the town engineer or his designee or whoever, you know, we've got a draft traffic plan, or perhaps Laura Weiner would look at it because she's a transportation planner and say, is this adequate to address the expected impacts from them putting the equipment on the pole and/or digging a conduit? If we get yes, That's good. If we find that something's missing,
I guess my question is just why there wouldn't just be one stop, why it just wouldn't all go through DPW and come
I
to
don't
Public
know.
Works
Because
Committee?
the DPW isn't set up to handle this
Any
sort
of
of
the
application
maps
process.
or,
Oh, this application, there's too much, and the vast majority of these don't go to DPW because there's no digging up of the roadway. So like the three we approved had no DPW involvement at all because they don't involve digging up a sidewalk or a road.
oh, so they only, that was my question, is where,
The
does the
DPW
wire inspector and DPW, they only get involved here where there's,
Well, the inspector comes after
mean-
the installation. He has to inspect it before it can be accepted and turned on. So that.
after it's already installed?
Right. So they, well, so.
So,
so
but so
that's-
who determines the, like, any concern about weight on the poles or number of
That's all
wires?
that's all part of the technical, that's all part
That
of the.
they provide?
the-
Is there any town review of?
No. Well, the only town review is the Public
Inspector.
Works Committee.
If they didn't follow the regulations, the inspector would presumably say, oh, you didn't follow that piece of it, so they.
So when it comes to the Public Works, so.
Yeah.
All this stuff here, all the sort of technical mounting, all the stuff that we went through, structural things
Yeah.
and all this stuff, that is something that they have to provide, and they have to certify that they have complied with that when they submitted it. And then the check, so the two levels of check is, one, when the application is made, that they're gonna verify that all these documents have been submitted.
That they verify themselves?
Not when
When
the
you say
document,
verify, who's verifying it?
the staff who's accepting the application.
Planning?
The staff who's got this checklist and say, are all these documents there?
Which is Louise?
well, if you look at the draft application
Yeah.
form, which is under your microphone,
Yeah, right here.
Yep.
the thought was that DCDP staff would do it.
Right.
The initial discussion is that it would most likely come to the zoning office, because as I said, they process about 99% of all of the applications that we have for permit relief, like special permits.
No, I mean, that's fine, I understand that. I'm just, as far as the expertise of verifying that it seems like it would be the wire inspector or, public way, the DPW, town engineer versus zoning.
No, so they're just verifying that all the documents have been submitted.
Yeah.
They're not verifying whether they're,
We're not verifying the veracity.
the
Right, so
the
who's doing
content.
that?
The Public Works Committee.
But I don't see any wire inspectors on Public Works.
Well, the inspection comes
mean, you're
after the
engineer.
fact.
They have to
Comes
install
after
it
the
before you
fact.
can inspect it. So we can't say they did it exactly.
No,
as
I
they
was thinking
proposed
about
it.
the potential weight on the pole. but-
Well, we were asking them to certify that the,
To
you know,
their knowledge, it's fine.
from the pole owner,
Yeah.
that
Okay.
has been, and if the, and
So it's
like
either
what we
Verizon
what we got from NSTAR,
Verizon
there was a
or
letter certifying that the pole, that they had given authorization to install a screw on the pole, and the pole is structurally capable of installing equipment. So that's something that,
Okay, so Verizon or NSTAR verifies, and then they apply, and if it doesn't need to go to DPW, it goes right to zoning and then committee.
and again, it really
Okay.
is up to getting,
That's
Because
not.
otherwise,
unusual.
it's just a big burden on this committee.
No,
to-
that's not unusual. In the case of a macro site that's not on a existing structure, because I'm more familiar with the freestanding guides, poles and lattice towers
Yeah.
and monopoles, they're under what's called construction control, which
Okay.
means there's a supervising engineer who, if the thing fall down, go boom, gesundheit, the permitting entity is held harmless, and the construction control engineer, their license is in jeopardy, because most of the building inspectors at the time that I was doing that kind of work did not have the expertise to do the structural loading on that kind
Yeah.
of equipment. So they were relying on a certification by a professional engineer who was going to supervise the construction. I would imagine that's the same sort of thing in this case.
yeah, and if the pole owner says, I'm allowing them to install this equipment, and here's it in writing. It's like,
Okay.
if you look on page 4, it's like 4D, and they authorize it, it's their job to do the calculations, not our job. And
Right.
If the pool owner says, we've given written authorization for them to install this equipment, it's not up to us to second guess it. And
If the pole falls down,
Isn't that
they're
our job?
they're at risk.
well, we could just, or we can just ask that, so this is, if they got that in there and it says it, that's.
Right. We're not
that's-
liable.
We're
Yeah,
not,
there's an indemnity clause as well, so.
Yeah.
but if, written authorization from the poll owner that this is gonna work. And if the poll owner thinks it's not gonna work, then they're not gonna give them the written authorization. And they have no business making an application if they don't have that written authorization ahead of time from the poll owner. And that's what they submitted to us for the other applications. If you look through the package, it's actually letters from NSTAR.
So to conclude, the DCDP staff establishes that the application is complete, make sure that the check is accepted, and that it's deposited, and the feeling was, once the check is accepted, the application is complete. That's when we start the clock. Or we start the clock when that happens, and when the person who's designated to do the application intake stamps it in at the clerk. That's the official imparture of the town starting. Once that, everything else is handed over, as I said, to the council clerk. And then we noted that pupil forms can provide tracking of the annual fee and some other things. You can query the database for different types of permit reports. And that we had a question on who will provide tracking and enforcement, but it sounds like that's going to be in the DCDP wheelhouse, either building or zoning, or one of the sub-disciplines in those two overarching departments. And then I just mimicked the fee schedule. Again, this is back of house, so we can check it against what we're supposed to be charging.
So now, one of the questions I had, so the fees, so now by making everything expire December 31st, one of the questions, is the treasurer collector's office going to send out bills? Or, that have to be paid within 30 days? Or do we say, so this is some of the other additional regulatory stuff.
Yeah.
So is it that, everything has to be renewed as of January 1st, and that if they don't pay it by February 1st, they're in arrears? Do we need to send out a bill like we send out with the automobile excise tax? It's not like you just pay it, we actually send out bills so you can have a bill to pay. So that's something that you may want to.
Does Tom want to do that?
Well, this is a discussion that needs to happen with, Tom Tracy and
Be the treasurer collector.
Jennifer Gonzalez, our new treasurer collector, how they want to do that. It may be easier for the staff, because people just mail in a check. Here's a check for $270. Like,
Right.
what, what do we apply this to? What account? It becomes really confusing if you don't rip off the remittance advice and mail it in with the check. So that may be something about sending out. Yeah.
What do we do with the bills for trash pickup? Does anybody know?
Do they send out a bill every year?
I'm not familiar with that because I don't live there.
So that's something, so if you would ask, so this is a question that you need to ask Tom and Jennifer, and they can figure.
Billing, question mark, treasurer, assessor. And I've also got notices like, hey, your annual fee payment's overdue. Who's going to send that out? The money end of the town infrastructure or the enforcement end of the town infrastructure, or
Well,
both?
also, is it the companies that apply that are always going to be associated with the facilities, or are those sometimes subcontractors? I mean, how do we know?
The front part of the application form
Yeah, on the
asks for
application.
petitioner, poll owner, entity responsible for legal ad, and then final operator.
Because,
So final operator would be the go-to,
so like Extonet was
Okay.
installing them,
yeah,
but they said they were doing it under contract
Right.
for AT&T, who's gonna operate them.
yeah.
So maybe we may be having to send the annual bill to AT&T, and they're gonna be paying it because they're actually operating it. One's doing construction, one's on behalf of somebody else. So these are some of the things I think need to,
be sussed out.
So one of the other thing is section 4, which is the sort of the approval process, the timing. I basically just copied and pasted. I was going to try to edit this down, but I realized that every word here is important, so I just copied the entire thing about what the days are, because there's a lot of details here.
Yeah.
So, like, for one thing, if you go on page 7, all the way down the bottom, D, so there's the shot clock and the tolling period. And the legal term of a tolling period is a period when the shot clock is paused, so that's why it's,
When it's paused?
yeah.
Okay.
Don't ask me why.
Okay.
It's maybe one of our lawyers who went to law school can tell us. So right here, so when you make the application, we have within 10 days, so you get the package, you get your check, you stamp it in. Now you get within 10, actually, it says 10 days
Yeah.
to look and say, oh, wait a minute, this is missing, or that's missing, or the other thing is missing. And if we notify them in writing that it's incomplete, it actually resets the stop, it stops the shot clock and resets it to 0 on the date when the applicant submits all the documents and information identified to render the application
I have a
complete.
question for you, since you've been perusing this set of cellular regulations. In the macro world, an email constitutes written documentation that their application is not
That's what I was-
complete. Does it need to be an actual piece of paper sent by
say
US
email.
Post,
Email,
right?
It does,
because that's,
it doesn't actually say it has to be a letter, it just
Right,
says
so I'm not
notify
trying to be
the
picky.
application on or before.
Been through this dance before.
So it doesn't say it has to be in writing by US mail, it just says,
So what I would do is email and then follow up with a nice formal letter that like, essentially regurgitates my email on a piece of letterhead and was delivered by the US Postal Service. So they, it was, and my argument was, I sent you the email, and on the same day, I put the thing in the post.
right,
but
right.
do we have to bother writing in paper?
Again, I was being boot and suspenders situation.
It's not an issue, it's not,
too much for
it's not an
Louise.
issue.
Because Louise Savetti's going to do all this, right?
Well, then we
Seems
we
like a
need to be
lot.
able to say, if we had a form that says your application is deemed incomplete because it's missing, and you
Yeah,
just
'cause
list
we
the
will.
the 3 things, it doesn't have to be a
Yes.
letter, dear sir, but it does say, it does say in writing, so, and in writing only becomes important if it gets challenged in court. If you notify them and they send you the missing stuff.
Yeah, 99.9% of the times, they're very responsive. They don't want to fight either. They'll send you the stuff you're missing. It's the 100th time that they're going to make a stink, and that's why I would follow up with a piece
So
of
I think it's
written
just, you
correspondence.
fill out a form, you email it, and then drop it in the mail, and it's done. It's just no,
I don't think you have to do them. I mean,
well, you guys figure that
I
out.
just don't want the burden on the town, or Louise, that's all, it's like, my understanding is legally, even, I mean, we could check with Attorney Generals, but they consider email as written communication.
Absolutely. I'm not
So that may be fine, that may be enough, as long as, so let's just, so there are some things here about resetting the clock, missing documents, and how all those dates fill together, and then the shot clock date, the very last thing, it includes calendar days, except if the date that the application is due falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, then it's the next business day. So it's a little bit, it's not 60 business days, it's 60 calendar days, unless the date, the 60th day is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, in which case it's the next business day. So it could be, if it was if the 60th day fell on the Saturday before Memorial Day, it would actually be 62
It'd be not Monday.
days, because it'd be the Tuesday. 63 days,
Which
because it would be the
is
Tuesday.
typical.
Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know if we want to keep this in here like this, just so everybody knows what it is, and then we need to sort of figure out. I think this section 5, we need to sort of figure out, sort of, if you look, what we talked about, how the handoff, the check-in, who's doing it, when it's going to council clerk, what the council
Yep.
clerk's responsibility is, what the Public Works Committee can have a standing referral to schedule a meeting, and the council president's responsible for picking the date of the public
You want
hearing.
us to sketch that out?
If you could just sort of,
Yep.
just
I was
add,
going to say,
add that in there, because and then we can sort of discuss it, but I think if the whole committee thinks that that's sort of we've got a sort of a consensus of what the process is, we just got to write it down so everybody knows, so everybody within this building knows what their role to play is, and also the petitioner knows that this is the process that has to follow, so they're not confused about, wow, I thought, I went to the, to talk to
Yeah.
Louise, and Louise says, no, that's the council clerk, and no, that's not this one, it's that one. We don't want the petitioners like having to make like 5 phone calls and get in the runaround. We want to really lay it out clearly.
Well, that will be on the application. You asked for not only an application, but
The
a
application.
guidance document, a dedicated webpage, guidelines. So I waited on those guidelines until you'd like the application form.
Yep.
Once the application form and from the application will flow the checklist, because it'll be a replication of the application form with checkboxes or strickles where you put a checkbox, and then the fee schedule, which you've set. Now we can create a petitioner narrative that provides words, pictures, examples, whatever it takes to explain the process to a petitioner coming in, that you can hand them with, if they come in and say, oh, hi, we'd like a small, here's your packet.
I like you thinking a webpage just for that. It makes sense.
Yeah, because like if you look at the zoning relief
Yeah.
page, something just like that, where everything's all in one place, so you go in one place. So it's 9:00, which I really wanted to be done by 9. You and I can stay, and I can
Okay.
fill you in a little bit about, what we talked about earlier. What do we think about the next date? Because there's a lot of additional work and research needs to be done here. Do we want to, and considering that we got budget hearings coming up for the whole month of May, we're going to be voting on the budget, June 2nd? I'm thinking, probably sometime in mid to late June.
And all I would say about that is I can give you my schedule. Mr. Magoon is either somewhere in the air or just landing at Logan. So whatever date you give me,
Yep.
keep that in mind, that he really wanted to be here. He just,
I know.
Wasn't
We got a lot done, and
That's
you did a great job.
Yeah.
thank you, but he really, in terms of your next date, he really probably won't want to be here.
So let's, maybe the 5 of us could pick a couple of dates, and then we'll run them by Steve. And we may want to get, somebody from the DPW may want to come in and take a look at some of this stuff too, because now, and then if we get, Tom Tracy's input, now that we know, we've identified other people that need to be brought in.
Yep.
So, but anyway, I think, you're all set, so if you want to.
And again, it's not my place to say, although I'm now in my 27th year, and I went through some of these same questions when the macro sites came into being. You're on the right, and I think you're on the right track, but you're on the right track. You're looking around the edge of the corners to see what's coming ahead, so you can anticipate those data points that you need. So I think the filing of those 2 or 3 petitions was very helpful to you, and just keep those in mind when you're trying to decide what you want. I'll speak for myself as a staff person, and again, I can't speak for the director, but I think there's enough talent to be able to craft at least the bones of a process, the website and the application that will help you get the data that you need. It's really more you communicating to us the kinds of data that you want, so we can embed that in the application and the other tools that you can use to feel like you have a complete and open sorry, God.
Yeah.
Parking, the invisible accordion, that you can get that data, not only for you, but for the public, so that they feel that you have an open process, because you're working with one of those particular types of land use where, by federal law, some of your ability to control what occurs is slightly curtailed. That's all.
It's a charitable way of putting
We're
it.
gonna say no Hawaii on here, banning, only taking Erickson equipment.
Okay, so, thank you,
Thank you.
and,
Happy anniversary.
so, we can,
We wanna look at dates, or no, you wanna
yeah,
wait
let's look
till?
at dates.
Oh, wow,
Oh,
you're
okay.
doing, you're the communications corridor?
Yeah.
Anybody wants to do something?
Impressive.
You don't have anything?
Looking for volunteers. You guys are already volunteering. I'm also thinking of running for city council in my city.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Which is where?
congratulations.
Woburn,
Excellent.
Live in the woo.
the woo. Okay. It's exciting. It's so much fun.
I'm sorry if I was fidgeting so much, because
Oh, no, no,
No,
no.
no.
I was.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.